Blizzard quality level design. Uh-huh. I cannot do that here. You see, anybody that's played World of Warcraft or Diablo 3 knows that Blizzard, whenever they go into procedural generation, they pretty much just throw in the towel. With a lot of things that are procedurally generated, it's like you're rolling a
Hello and welcome back to Rage Gaming. My name is Holo. Today we're talking Uber Lilith, that pinnacle fight, the final fight of the current version of the game, in which you must take down Lilith in a true form. With a massive health pool and massive damage, you're going to need a very strong build, fast reactions, and consistent ability to survive for potentially 15 minutes straight. Or you could just do this. That is the sorcerer player and streamer North War, who late last night did what no other sorcerer has done and destroyed Lilith in such impressive fashion. Well, we're talking about something that at first glance might seem such as an exploit, but I'd actually argue against that. It might be changed, yeah, but it's also just using in-game mechanics to clever advantage. Just staggering a boss and then smashing it during that. It's not crazy. I'd say if this is wrong and they're going to change it, it's entirely on Blizzard rather than something not working as intended. We'll talk about it shortly. But first, what about all the classes? What is the current state of the Uber Lilith challenge? What classes have beat it and which is the best showing of that? We'll begin from the bottom at number 5, which is, to my surprise, Druid. Druid has incredible strength when geared in at the full end game, so I never expected it to be so low. But before you jump to the conclusion, yeah, they were able to kill Lilith extremely easily until recently, when the exploit they were using to do so was removed. Let me explain. This footage is from the YouTube channel Chen Wang, who, while only at level 95, not even 100, was able to do this. I don't think it takes much thought to realise that's an exploit and definitely not intended, but what's happening there? Well, there's the aspect of the Blurred Beast, which is a druid aspect that causes Shred to deal 60 to 90% of the current poisoning damage to a target. So however much build-up there is of poison, you pop it instantly. Combined with the Toxic Claw passive, where you build up poisoning damage every time you crit with werewolf skills, that's how you build it up and then pop it. The broken part of that was the hilarious fact that Toxic Claws would crit and build up poison on the shred that's popping the poison. So you build up poison and then do a nice big hit, which then causes mega poison to hit the target, which then you pop, and it stacks and stacks and stacks, reaching those insane heights that cause essentially the one-shot. This comes up because Uber Lilith actually has enough health to showcase this happening, but we see the extreme level of this bug. There is also a barbarian version of this concept, but both have been fixed as of about 5 days ago as of the time of this recording. So where does that leave Druid? Well, from scouring the internet to find information and discussion about this, I can't find any legit kills for Druid. Sod's Law says when this video is about to release, someone will post theirs right beforehand, but it is what it is. Right now I believe Druid can and will get legitimate Lilith kills, and comparable to the legit number 4 kill and how that's done, I'd say it'd be like that. Next up, it's time to talk Barbarian, number 4. These guys also had that ridiculous exploit style kill, just like the Druids. This comes from Ben_, who played the world's first hardcore Uber Lilith kill of Barbarian. However, it was done via this method, which as you can see, doesn't take much to realise Ben is landing casual 100 million hits, which is surely numbers Blizzard wasn't intending for us to land like this. What is hilarious is that Ben is dealing so much damage that Lilith is at no life for most of this clip, and he's just got to kind of wait out the scripted mechanics while dodging the attacks for an extended period of time. Anyway, with this now patched out of the game, Ben had to go back and actually did it again properly. For that, I've nothing but respect. A lot of people could use an exploit, get the achievement, do it, and then leave it. But to see him go back and do it, again on hardcore, is really cool. Instead of using ridiculous whirlwind exploits, Ben used Hammer of the Ancient as a core build for more single target heavy hitting. Alongside this survival single target build, Ben makes use of things like quadruple dodge boots to avoid mechanics effectively, and in regards to kill times, this took roughly 12 minutes of near perfect surviving and gameplay, which brings the class to number 4 on current kill times, to my knowledge. Moving on, we have the Rogue at number 3. With a much faster kill without seeming to break the game while doing it, this Rogue was able to kill Lilith in roughly 5 minutes. The footage was posted by Kajian on YouTube, or Kajin, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, who credited Rax and Tarax for the poison imbuement build concept, but then further tweaked it for this purpose. As explained by Kajin, this build triggers Bursting Venom's aspect, which is basically a lucky hit based aspect. Critical strikes with poison imbued skills will have a percent chance to create these toxic pools, which deal big damage over 3 seconds to those standing in it. So if you were to proc it multiple times, that would mean multiple pools, and that's stacking up the damage like they're standing in horrible burning acid. If that would happen, say during Inner Sight, where you have infinite energy to absolutely spam these out, well then you're creating a massive amount of pools, which will create a lot of DPS if they stand in it. Kajin also uses the quadruple dodge groups, like the Barbarian build, to give him the evasion he needs, as well as the classic dash of rogues. So with a mix of this solid, but less game-breaking damage, and still impressive movement, ability to evade and survive, they were able to kill Lilith with a great time. And number 2, I'm shocked to say, Necromancer. After some insanely strong showings for single target, mega survivable Bone Spear builds are doing work. With as smooth as a 3-minute kill, Necromancers are, or were, the current kings of Uber Lilith. On June 14th, In Division posted this roughly 4-minute kill of Uber Lilith, blowing us away. But then on the 16th, EXO dropped this even faster roughly 3-minute kill, using much the same concept, but instead of Corpse Tendrils, they were using Corpse Explosion, interestingly, and some other equipment-based changes, such as they were using the unique helm, Deathless Visage, which obviously improves the power of Bone Spear by leaving a sort of bone bombing run after you use the spear. Instead of using a defensive helm, since this build seems to survive without going as hard on defensives compared to the original. There's things like the Might aspect, which is giving them a permanent 20% damage reduction, where every basic attack is in 6 seconds of that effect, alongside things like Bone Shield or the classic Disobedience aspect, providing survivability. But when comparing the two builds, you can see that EXO is going much harder on damage aspects, like improving their attack speed, resource generation and more, while In Divisions had barriers and crit chance as a comparison. So I think it came down to who had the more consistent damage output. Ultimately, both builds are very clearly up to the challenge and very good, and the gameplay required to do this is impressive. So congrats to them both, but Necromancer isn't at the top. Despite that incredible 3-minute showing, it can't really compete with this current thing that is the Sorcerer kill. North War on Twitch, just last night, about 11 hours ago as of this recording, did this. That DPS must have scaled up towards like 100 million in just one stagger. And what's crazy about that is it just seems to be normal mechanics. Like, no, oops, we made infinite poison stacking going on there like Druid. It seems relatively normal. By stacking up Blizzard and then swapping equipment mid-fight to benefit from other aspects or stronger aspects, and then just going to town during a stagger for the increased damage, yeah, it just hits this hard. You can see how North War is stacking up stagger with the faster one-hand and focus, and then swapping equipment to say two-hand right as the stagger hits to smash Lilith for maximum damage in that moment. So truly, nothing about this seems all that exploit related to me. It's just maximizing the damage of stagger, which is an in-game mechanic, while generating it at a high rate. But because it's so crazy, I do wonder whether it will be nerfed, you know, like Druid or Barbarian. I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as those cases. This feels more legit to me, but something tells me this is also not intended. As I mentioned though, Sorcerers have killed Uber Lilith. I do wonder whether up stagger with the faster one-hand and focus, yes, must have scaled up towards like 100 million in just one stagger. And the challenge, and when comparing this to the original, there's things like resource. This thing that is it just seems to be with this current thing that is the Sorcerer kill. This recording did this. That DPS must have scaled up towards like 100 million in just one stagger. And what's crazy about that is it just seems to be normal mechanics. Like no, oops, we made mechanics. Like no, oops, we made crazy about that is it just seems to be normal mechanics. Like no, oops, we yes, must have scaled up towards like 100 million in just one stagger. And what's crazy about that is it just seems to be normal mechanics. Like no, that is it just seems to be normal mechanics. Like no. no, oops, we made infinite poisoning. This, that, is it just seems to be normal. That, is it just seems to be normal. Mechanics. And what's crazy about that is it just seems to be normal mechanics. It's like, no, normal mechanics. Like, no, oops, we made infinite poison stacking going on there like Druid. It seems relatively normal. By stacking up Blizzard and then swapping equipment mid-fight to benefit from other aspects to stronger aspects, and then just going to town during a stagger for the increased damage, yeah, it just hits this hard. You can see how North War is stacking up stagger with the faster one hand and focus, and then swapping equipment, say two hand, right as the stagger hits to smash Lilith for maximum damage in that moment. So truly, nothing about this seems all that exploit related to me. It's just maximizing the damage of stagger, which is an in-game mechanic, while generating it at a high rate. But because it's so crazy, I do wonder whether it will be nerfed, you know, like Druid or Barbarian. I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as those cases. This feels more legit to me, but something tells me this is also not intended. As I mentioned though, sorcerers have killed Uber Lilith normally. As of yesterday, at the time of recording this video, Wipe It Out on YouTube posted this ice shard based kill of Lilith, which took them roughly 12.5 minutes, which would put it similar to say rank 3 or 4 in terms of the barbarian kill time, or what I would imagine a druid's current kill time would be. But obviously, when you can do what Northward did and stagger and destroy, I think a lot of people would prefer to do that. But there you have it. The Uber Lilith kills and their current clear times, methods and details. I find it really interesting to look at. I hope it was interesting to you. And I hope I find the time to give this a try myself. My question to you then is, do you think the Sorcerer Stagger method will stay? I'm not sure either way. And also, as a reminder, please go check out everyone that I've shouted out and talked about from their Twitch and YouTube channels, as I've referenced them through the video. You can find more detailed information from these guys, who often have builds linked in descriptions and so on, answering questions and comments, stream the game, and you should go check them out. For now, I've been Hollow, you've been you. Thanks for watching.
Josh, Cotton, and Hollow with the video.
I'm not ready yet. ready yet. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet.
¿Estáis ahí, guatón?
I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. 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 I need time to prepare that. need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet.
What's left, you ask?
I'll take it off your hands.
I cannot do that here.
Welcome everyone. Today we have a very special Diablo 4 guide. Looking behind me, I'll show you guys how to trade and also how to find certain items that sells for a lot of gold. Notice here I just sold one of my rings for 15 million gold, and I'll be selling my second ring for 25 million gold. And this is not just like this. You can also be buying some in-game items as well, which I'll show you guys as well. So over here you guys can see, after posting 3 of my rings onto the official Discord for selling items, I was able to sell them super fast. Within about 5 to 10 minutes, I sold both of my rings super cheap actually. I could have sold them for a little higher if I waited. So this is one of the best ways to be making gold in the game, and you should be looking for rare items like those ones. Now in case you guys are interested, we'll briefly talk about what are the best items to be selling for the Barbarian, and I'll give you guys some tips for selling items for other classes as well. Now I'm sure you guys are quite curious about the biggest item that sold for 500 million gold. So this is one of the maze I missed out. So what I do is, in this video, at the start, let's have a look at this maze. So over here you can see a short conversation me speaking to the seller. And unfortunately, even though I tried my best to buy the maze and I was trying to trade my best items for him, eventually he found a buyer for 500 million gold for this particular maze. And let's briefly have a look at this maze. So this is one of the endgame mazes for the hotter build for the Barbarian, the Hammer of Ancient. And this maze has a massive 821 item power. This item also rolled pretty nicely on vulnerability, core skills, strength, and also close damage. So you don't even have to reroll this item's ready. Of course you can reroll the core skills into critical damage, and this will be perfect. So this particular item was sold on the Discord for 500 million gold. And in this video, you already seen that I was able to make a lot of gold very quickly. And yes, I was able to buy my best in slot maze this way as well. Notice I spent 16 million gold together with 2 of my items. And this was actually at a discount, so a big thank you for Toto for selling me this maze at a discount. He was trying to sell the maze at 100 million gold, and those items actually go for a lot of gold. I'll briefly show you guys the item I traded him with. I traded him a pretty nice necklace, which can be a very good damage one for the barbarians. And also over here, you can see I traded him one of my nice rings, which rolled pretty nicely in some of those bonus damages. And together, I was able to buy this maze for over 60 million gold. So there's a lot of trading, there's a lot of method you should be looking into the game, and you can see that there is a lot of extra gold you can be making in the game. Now I know a lot of us won't be able to find a perfect maze like this, but what I want to do in this video is, I want to go through what are the best items you can be selling as a barbarian, and also I want to show you guys
Hey guys, how's it going? Kriparian here. Today I want to give you guys my updated, and now that I've leveled to 100 on a Firewall Sorc guide. It has been a pleasure to play Firewall. It is one of my favorite skills. It is incredibly dynamic because Firewall falls in between damage over time skills where it is a reoccurring damage over time skill, but it also has the snapshotting property because of the second upgrade that pushes its damage over the next 3 seconds even if they leave Firewall. This allows you to have very dynamic gameplay explained in a previous video with damage over time mechanics if you really want to get into details of it. Here's just a little bit of gameplay for one of my leveling sessions. This is level appropriate content. I'm doing just a regular dungeon on World Tier 4, and you can see the build in action. You can use Firewall by just dropping it and walking the mobs through it, which is very suitable for low health mobs. But when you have powerful mobs in your way, you want to try to snapshot the damage using crowd control. You want to use your Frost Nova as frequently as possible. You want to use your Teleport as frequently as possible. And while there isn't a whole lot of content to do in Diablo 4 after you level, this is a fantastic leveling character. Even though I don't have anywhere near the experience of a lot of other players, as this was my first character through the game, I was actually beating even the groups to level 50 just by putting Firewall in front of me and running through it. On World Difficulty 1, that is a fantastic way to play that cannot be beaten inefficiently, it seems. Inefficiency, I mean. And for the higher level content, it is still a pretty good build. The fire build, I believe, doesn't have quite the damage of ice shards, but it's still really close, and it doesn't quite have the damage of the arc lash build that procs ball lightnings, but it's still pretty close to that one. But what it does have is an incredibly defensive toolkit that some people can't really realize at first glance. Yes, the other Sorc builds can do a little bit more damage, but we're talking 10-20% here. We're not talking double or triple. The peak damage of this character is, I've done like Firewall ticks of about 600,000. So this is pretty powerful because Firewall, the damage over time mechanics actually tick twice a second. So doing over 1 million DPS solo on a Sorc, that's considered pretty good. So let's get into the character here. What are we dealing with? Well, the reason why other Sorcs can do a little bit more damage is because they have other stats that increase their damage significantly on gear. So if we look at this ring, we have life, critical damage, vulnerable damage, and damage to stun. Now the damage to stun That's a pretty minor thing for all the builds that I mentioned. But the other builds that
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I mentioned also scale from lucky hit in many cases. This one you want a little bit. And they also scale from critical chance. This character only scales critical damage, not critical chance, because we have the, oh, where is it here? Burning Instinct. We actually get 310% burning damage, which is the equivalent of like 2 glyphs, by the way, 2 fully leveled glyphs, because we take our critical damage on our gear and we get burning damage from it. It's important to know that the burning damage is not converted to burning damage. You still have the crit multiplier, so when it comes to impact damage from your meteor, which is one of the enchantments that you want, well, your meteor can crit for a crap load of damage, as it turns out. And of course we use the Firewall enchantment. The Firewall enchantment is one of the strongest enchantments on Sork because it just adds so much damage and it cascades when you have lots of mobs. Firewall is a skill that just hits lots of targets. Yes, it does a little bit less damage than like Ice Shards, but Ice Shards is hitting a lot fewer targets, for example. A proc in Diablo 4 cannot proc itself, so while Firewall regularly procs the X pattern firewalls for 3 seconds, it will never have the X firewall proc another X firewall. A meteor proc will never proc another meteor proc, but everything else can be proc. So we have a case where we're using 2 proc effects, and while none of them really happen with incredibly high regularity, because they're both large AoE skills and they have their chance to proc for each target hit by them, well, that changes things up. And the meteor can proc Firewall because it has a damage over time component where the meteor lands, and the Firewall can proc meteor because even though the skill doesn't hit, Firewall has a lucky hit component. Skills don't have to hit to have a lucky hit component. So we proc the meteor with Firewall, and even Teleport does a great job of proccing meteor, and the character functions quite well as you were seeing in the gameplay. In terms of the damage stacking stats, there's not a whole lot after crit damage and vulnerable damage that we want. It comes to our rings, it comes to our weapons, it comes to our gloves. This is why the build does a little bit less damage. It has way more burning damage than like a Ice Shard would have like cold damage or core skill damage. This is all additive, by the way. So it has a lot more than that, but because it doesn't scale crit with critical strike and actual critical damage, because Firewall cannot crit, the damage ceiling is a little bit lower. The reason this is by far the tankiest Sork build is because you don't need crit and you don't really need lucky hit chance. So you get life on your rings, so you get defensive stats all out on your pants, on your helmet, on your gloves. You can even get some other defensive stats, like you can get just all stats on your boots. Now, the other builds, they can do that as well. The thing is, if the other builds cut back on critical chance and lucky hit modifiers and mana modifiers, they are no longer going to be doing more damage than Firewall. And this is kind of the beauty of the 4-stat system they have on items in Diablo 4, where you really do have to make these decisions. An effective cold build will never be tankier than an effective Firewall build. And an effective lightning build, and lightning has critical damage with lightning as an extra stat, It usually won't be tankier than a coal build, and it'll never be tankier than a firewall build, unless you decide to play that and do less damage because of a playstyle choice, which, you know, do what you want. In terms of the character overall, we are looking for generally defensive stats, but we're also looking for crowd control duration. Crowd control duration
ways of you getting high items, 20 items, the item damage. Finally, once you're done, you click post, and this will allow this to be posted onto the official Discord to be selling. Now, in case you guys didn't know, you can only post every 30 minutes, so be careful what you are selling and also try to sell the best items. So notice here, I have posted this one, and over here you can also be adding more messages. Because there's a slow time while typing on the Discord, you can be telling the players to direct message you for the no slow time and also to work out a deal. And this is one of the ways I was able to sell a lot of my items. You can use similar method to direct message the seller or the buyer to buy and also sell your items over here. Now, if you guys haven't subscribed, it is a really good time to do so, because I'll be covering tons of Diablo 4 related topics and also videos and also guides. We'll be looking to the top meta builds, non-meta builds, leveling up, and also Paragon tricks. We're also looking to
Hi, Scissorin here with another video, and today we're going to talk about a Twitter thread about battle passes, etc. It's a very interesting Twitter thread, and while I am technically taking the day off today, this was just too interesting for me not to make a video about. Now, it started out by a question on Twitter from a writer for Forbes saying, I did not do previous generation seasons, I don't really get it. I don't want to level season-specific characters from scratch. Can I still use my permanent ones to progress the battle pass? No? Well then I'm not doing that. Long-term goal is to get everything to 100 and wait for expansion, I guess. I get the battle pass is a new aspect, so Rod. Hello, Paul. Yes, to take part in the seasonal questline, mechanics, seasons, and journey battle pass, you will need to create a new seasonal character. Playing campaign with a seasonal character if you so desire or need to finish will also progress the season journey and battle pass. So when I talked about our push after level 100, a lot of people said things like resetting a dungeon over and over again or doing the same content over and over again is an exploit and should be bannable, etc. And I replied things like, well, gotta remember, a lot of these people have never played an ARPG before. They don't know that this is just what you do in ARPGs. In fact, in every other ARPG. A lot of people thought I was being condescending or trying to be snarky. It just comes naturally to me to be condescending. I don't actually do it on purpose. I was actually being really serious here. Because you gotta remember, with their ad campaign with like celebrities like Megan Fox and with brands like KFC, they've dragged in a whole new audience that actually have not played ARPGs before. And this thread is a really good example of this. Here is one example. I'm a new Diablo player and a new dad. I have only 1 hour a day to play the game, if that. My current character is only level 11. You're saying I should basically not even play this game, right? So there's some miscommunication here. There are some people that think that their characters will get deleted or be completely irrelevant, and there's a lot of people that are just upset at the fact that they can't progress the battle pass with their eternal characters. Now, being able to progress your battle pass with the eternal character is not the worst idea either. I actually think that would probably solve a lot of these problems, but if you look through the thread here, having to redo everything kind of sucks, which, you know, that's very core for ARPGs, right? There are also loads of people in this thread, and this was the most fascinating thing to me. There are loads of people saying they're Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 veterans, and Diablo 2 and 3 did not have seasons. Whereas most of us who are actually ARPG players are like, huh? Then there's threads like this. There's no way this is going to apply with most of the player base. Hope you got a plan B for when MAUs drop 90%. Folks have no idea this is going to happen. When they get the battle pass and find out, they'll know quickly how bad of an idea this was, and hopefully have a quick way out of it that can be implemented within a couple of weeks. Otherwise, rip D4. This is like, as an ARPG veteran, like I have over 35,000 hours in ARPGs between Diablo 2 and Path of Exile. This is crazy to me. I didn't realize the out of touch cap or something between casual players and veteran players was so big, because I feel very out of touch because the entire thread is like this. This isn't like, it's mostly like, it's like 70% things like this, and then there's 30% ARPG players who are like, but you bought an ARPG. They've always said they were gonna have seasons. And then you have things like this. Gotta be honest, as a new player, I don't see myself grinding like this again. If I have to start from scratch from Season 1, I'm most likely done maining Diablo. So a lot, again, miscommunication. They don't know maybe that you don't have to do the campaign again. You don't have to do the Lilith statues again. You don't have to explore the map again. Now, a lot of people are saying they're going to play for Season 1 because they've already bought the Battle Pass then, and maybe they just realized, wow, actually, that was a lot of fun, and they continue playing. But it'll be very, very interesting to see. I really want to see how my audience feels about this, because obviously I'm assuming you guys will be a lot more biased towards me and be confused as I am and be like, huh? Because I found it very weird that so many people didn't know that ARPGs had seasons and a full reset every 3 months. And Diablo 4 being even more casual friendly, because it's not really a full reset. Here's another one. Then why the hell am I playing this game right now if literally all the time I've spent is officially less than irrelevant? What exactly is the point of the base game? I feel like this user just touches on the whole point of gaming, right? If you're not enjoying the time you're spending while you're spending it, then gaming as a whole is a waste of time for you, right? Like, I'm not thinking now that I'm 34 that I'm regretting playing Gaia Online when I was 12 years old because I no longer play it, right? So, you know, either you're enjoying it in the moment, or gaming as a whole probably isn't for you, right? You're not making permanent progress in your life unless you turn it into a job. It's a very fascinating thread. It's pretty much all like this. Unfortunately, very clear that many did not know what they were signing up for. It's been a very fascinating read. I read like probably 100, 150 different comments now, and my mind is being blown. While obviously I made it clear that I knew that there was a lot of casual audience enter the genre for the first time, did not think there would be levels of this magnitude. So let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Thanks for watching. Sub if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than I do.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Gregor, need a word with you. Fence says the math doesn't add up right. Says she saw you skulking around the reserves last night. Said we're short 2 boxes of the good stuff. No need to worry. I know you'll make it right. And I know you'll come tell me exactly how. I'd hate to let you go. The wargs like you, my friend. But they like fresh meat too. Think on that.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. Arms for the light. Anything else?
Father bless. What do you need? You can take what's left.
Not while I'm in town. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I can take common, turn it special. Ah, good fortune that is.
May the light keep you.
Hi everyone. So recently when I played the early access version of Diablo 4, I collected some pretty insane loot. And I think this is a good opportunity to show you guys what kind of crazy items you can actually find in Diablo 4. Especially for those of you that have played the game already in the open beta or the server slam, you'll have a bit of an understanding of what means good and bad, I guess. So I collected a few different screenshots and just kind of go through and like talk my way through them to give you a bit of an understanding of the types of items that you can find or potentially trade with other people. In this picture we have an example of an item that I found at just level 62 and it was a pretty massive upgrade. So you can see here level 62 my character, and the item has exactly the same requirement of the character level when you found it, with a certain minimum level. So there are sacred and then ancestral items that you can find in the higher difficulty tiers, and they are effectively beefed up versions of these items, a bit like ancients in Diablo 3, but a lot more common. So they're kind of like standard drops, I guess, after some time, so it kind of seems to like scale up. At least from what I can tell, you seem to find like more and more of these items on higher tiers, and eventually just have like full and successful loot. And they can roll a higher item power. And 807 is the base item power roll of this item, which is very close to the maximum. I believe that the maximum item power you can find is 820 or 815 or something like that. So I have found 811 myself, so this was pretty close to the highest item I've actually found in the entire time. But not only that, you can also upgrade them through the blacksmith, and each blacksmith upgrade gives an item plus 10% of the base value. So you can get plus 50% on these stats if you upgrade them 5 times, which however is relatively expensive, at least on the last upgrade. So you can't really do this like all the time, but 3 upgrades is absolutely no problem. 4 upgrades, nothing really crazy. And then the 5th one is something where you have to invest a few more mats and you have to actually go out of your way to farm them. But either way, you can see that this item gives you almost up to 60% potential critical strike damage. There's core skill damage that can roll up to 30%, and you can get something like 95 on your main stat or 42 on your all stats. These are pretty insane values that can massively boost your damage. And of course the DPS is pretty high because the DPS scales directly with the item power. Here's another example of a pair of pants. So I actually found a really good one after I already had acquired a pretty good one. See here on the left, that's the one I have equipped. This was 705 item power, and the upgrade is plus 20, which if you have seen my blacksmith upgrading video, is actually the next threshold for higher tier stats. So even though this is a sacred pair of legendary pants, you can upgrade it through the 725 threshold and get ancestral tier stats. So this is what I have done, and I had a really good pair of pants here. You see this amount of damage reduction, 20% damage reduction from close enemies. This is literally legendary affix, and that's just 1 out of the 4 affixes on this thing. I also had this total damage reduction, I had total armor or damage reduction from distant enemies. So I had both, basically everything covered with the damage reduction here, which is essentially a legendary affix that is up all the time unconditionally, and I had like even more damage reduction here. So you can see this, for example, I had found a new pair of pants that had also close to the highest item power of 804, and it also had damage reduction mod with a really good roll. It had damage reduction from enemies that are poisoned, which can go 40% baseline. So with upgrades, you can get 21% there. And then you could still get something like total damage reduction or damage reduction from close enemies for a melee build. That with the last upgrade would be almost 25% or something like that. So I think that's actually what I've done later. I have like this screenshot here exactly. So I rerolled this item as the occultist, and I actually managed to roll percent total armor, which is also a pretty useful defensive stat. And then we had plus 4 ranks to backshot and 3 of these insane defensive stats. So that thing alone made me so tanky. It was actually pretty crazy. Obviously I was still able to die, and you kind of need good defenses, guys. Let me stress that. Here's another example of my chest piece that I had alone, that's also pretty sick. So you can see I can get up to 60% resistances of one resistance type on something like a chest. I think also helms and boots and a few other pieces roll these. You have to know that resistances do scale down on the higher world tiers, so on tournament difficulty, which you're gonna spend most of the time on in the end game, those resistances are actually reduced by a certain percent, and then also only half of the resistance is applied to the actual damage reduction. So the 60% might seem extremely high, but in the end it does actually scale down quite a lot. But at least against poison damage, this is a very powerful affix to have. So if you want to kind of like specialize your character, for example against certain dungeons, against certain bosses or something like that, these resistances are quite valuable. But also at that, usually other damage reduction stats that are a bit more like broad are better. For example, this damage reduction from enemies that are poisoned, yet again, damage reduction from close enemies, or even maximum life. At this point of level 64, I didn't have that much life on my character. I had like 3000 life or something like that. So, and then you get like 1100 life almost on top of that. It's like a third extra, which is a pretty crazy amount. Obviously, maximum life will not stay that powerful because as you level, you get more life, and then each additional life you add from items just becomes worth a little bit less relatively. But even so, at level 80, my base life wasn't really all that much higher. It was like maybe 4, maybe 5k or something like that. I expect at like level 100, you're gonna have maybe a baseline of like 6, 7, 8k or so. So even then, a 1000 extra life roll is quite a lot, like 15%. Here I have a screenshot of some amulets. So one I was using, I think this is actually the one I just kept using all the time. Man, it's really hard to find good amulets. In general, amulets have the highest RNG by far with how many different efficacies there are, and a lot of them are relatively bad, but a lot of them are also very, very good. And of course, you want to try to get some combo of at least 3 really good stats on your items, so that you can finish it with rolling the last stat to color year 1. But this is a quite expensive endeavor, and even if you get this 3 good stats, 1 bad stat amulet, you're not really guaranteed to actually make it great, because of the super high cost and the high RNG on this item. But you can see that, for example, in the late game you can solve your resource issues relatively easily with your amulets. You have up to 23.7% energy cost reduction. The same applies for the other classes. You can get a lot of resource cost reduction there. You can also get a bit more on the boots, for example, but it's a much lower roll. There's also resource generation on rings, for example, that can help you with that. But in general, this is a very powerful roll for any build that requires resources. Then there again is total armor. You can roll certain passives, for example, so especially like offensive passives are present on these amulets. And you also have stuff even like movement speed, for example, or again those defensive stats like damage reduction from close enemies, total damage reduction, all this kind of good stuff. I think that in general your amulet is going to be the piece that is going to be the most imperfect for most of the time that you're playing. I think this is really the hardest to acquire piece because there are so many different roles and you don't really find too many amulets. I'm not sure if there's like fewer of them. It's also not that easy to gamble them because they have a relatively high cost. So this is really one thing to look out for. Whenever you play, you want to pick up those amulets. I was even picking up the lower tier, like the sacred tier amulets, just because they can roll such crazy RNG with really great combinations of stats. Here's a screenshot of some gloves. So I was using this one with +4 ranks for Twisting Blades. This is post upgrade. This is the highest amount of ranks you can get. So +4 to a skill. And I was mostly trying to show off here the extra stats they can find on the higher tier items again. So for example, we saw those passives on the amulets that can only appear on the high item powers. And similarly on the gloves we have, for example, this lucky hit effect. There's chance to slow, there's chance to restore primary resource. Unfortunately, this is a very low chance, so I'm not really sure if this primary resource stat is really great, but the slow, on the other hand, is actually pretty good in my opinion. So, with an upgrade and a good roll, you can get 30% lucky hits to slow, and this can trigger various other effects. For example, if you otherwise don't really have any kind of CCs, or at least soft CCs, you can apply slow to an enemy, and this will not trigger the monsters to become unstoppable, and you can get the benefits of damage to crowd controlled enemies, damage to slowed enemies. You can have something like the cheat legendary aspect that gives you damage reduction from crowd controlled enemies. So there are various effects like that that can make a stat like this very valuable. But I also want to highlight a few more stats here. So there's the critical strike chance on the glove that can roll up to 12% with 5 blacksmith upgrades. So this is a massive amount of crit you can get there. And then the rings, I think they can have something like 8% each or so. So you can get a really good chunk of crits. And there's also stuff like trap skill cooldown reduction. I've also seen imbuement skill cooldown reduction, for example. So there are certain like category specific cooldown reduction values that you can stack and potentially just speed up your gameplay quite a lot. In general, stuff like energy cost reduction, movement speed, and cooldown reduction really picks up in the late game. You get really high values on some of those stats, as I have shown here with this amulet, with the energy cost here or movement speed on the boots. I think I have an example somewhere here. So here we have up to 26.2% movement speed on the boots. So this is already a really sizable value if you consider that plus 100% is the actual cap that you can reach, including all of your legendary effects, including temporary bonuses from your skills or anything like that. You can get over a quarter of the cap's value just from those boots. And then there's also this other stat here, like movement speed for 4 seconds after killing an elite, which has a higher value than just the permanent movement speed, and this can go also to 42%. So I think that especially for something like necromancers, This is going to be one of the top
I need
combos to
time
have
to
on
prepare
boots.
that.
You want to have both of these movement speed affixes so that you actually can move, anywhere basically as a necromancer. But even those other affixes are pretty interesting. You have +3 maximum evade charges, just like hop around all the time. You can do attacks reduce evade cooldown by 1.2 seconds. That was a massive cooldown, so it's like 3 attacks and you get it back pretty much. And I'm not really sure if this even works with the Sorcerer's Enchantment teleport. That would be kind of interesting to know. If that does, then that would be pretty insane, I believe. Here's an example of a really good ring that I found that I used for quite a while. So this was maximum life, crit chance, and resource generation. You see again 18.5% resource generation, and this applies to any kind of resource generation, be it passive or active or from procs or anything. So together with the energy cost reduction, for example, you can really do some miracles, and definitely don't require like a basic skill anymore on a lot of builds, at least on a rogue. I think that also, especially those classes that do have any kind of passive generation of resources, will actually try to basically just drop basic skills in their setup for the most part. And you see here the crit chance can go up to like 7.5%. There's also crit damage, there's vulnerable damage, there's quite powerful affixes on rings. In general, rings do suffer a little bit from the same problem as amulets. There's also a lot of trash stuff. For example, here we have physical damage, which actually does work for my build here, so it wasn't like useless. But generally, you want to try to avoid these additive damage affixes in favor of some of these, very impactful affixes. Like here's the maximum life roll again. Again at level 77, this gave me probably something like at least 20% extra EHP. And then we have the resource crit. So these are the stuff that you're looking for in this ring. Here's an example of a two-handed weapon that I use on one-time builds. So I think the values are similar on melee two-handed weapons, but either way, we have a juicy chunk of 60% vulnerable damage and 63% up to 70 actually. Again, you can get 130% vulnerable damage just from your stat stick if you are playing a melee rogue, for example. This is pretty crazy considering that vulnerable as a whole is actually a damage multiplier. So you can stack something like 300, 400, maybe up to 450, 500% vulnerable damage total if you have it everywhere and like mega maxed out with the exploit glyph and all that. So you have a
¿Aló? ¿Te fuiste, po, weón? Me abandonaste. Me salieron unas botas muy buenas, weón. Pero ¿sabes qué? Quería modificar un stat de un anillo que me salió ayer. Y, weón, me gasté 30 palos, weón. Y no lo pude mejorar. No lo pude cambiar, weón. Quedé pobre, weón. Ahora tengo 97 palos. Es que tú decís que es poco, pero bueno, cuando querís, o sea, un ejemplo, si te equivocaste, ¿no? Te equivocaste y mejoraste un objeto. O sea, no es que yo me haya equivocado en el aspecto que le puse, porque en realidad el aspecto sirve, pero tal vez le hubiera puesto, no sé, por chance de crítico por rayo y hubiera sido mejor. Y lo quería cambiar por ese, pero bueno, filo. Cuando tú ya mejoraste un objeto a legendario y le querís cambiar un aspecto, parte de un palo para arriba. El primer intento. Eso quiere decir, yo lo intenté 4 veces, me gasté 30 palos en 4 veces. Solamente intentar cambiar el aspecto. Por eso digo que escala demasiado, escala mucho. O sea, tú me decís 97 palos es mucho, no. No, si encontrases, no sé, pues, 3 objetos que queréis cambiar aspectos, por ejemplo, y son de item power alto, te vas a gastar 15 palos, tal vez, o tal vez más, solamente en cambiar esos aspectos. Entonces, por eso digo que sí, tengo plata, obvio, pero no es tanto. No es tanto. No es tanto, porque, por ejemplo, si tenéis la mala cueva, un ejemplo, de que el aspecto no te salga, el valor sigue aumentando, pues, bueno. ¿Cachai? Y va a seguir aumentando, y va a seguir aumentando, y va a seguir aumentando, o puede llegar a 20 palos, pues. Si tuviste mucha claro, mucha mala cueva, ¿cachai? Y cagaste, weón. Y ya no te vale un palo, weón. Te vale 20 palos, weón. Y tú decís, ah, pero tengo 90 palos. Sí.
I need time to prepare.
No, pero es que escúchame, aquí no funciona así, aquí es peor. O sea, en Diablo 4 teníais la opción de cambiar 4 rerolls, eso es mucho. 4 rerolls de un objeto es bacán, ¿me entendí? Puedes llegar a la perfección. Aquí no, aquí hay 3 factores que hay que tener en cuenta. Uno es que solo puedes cambiar un aspecto del objeto, solamente uno. Segundo, cuando tú actualices el objeto, o sea, un ejemplo ya, yo cambié el aspecto y me dio, no sé, pues 30, ya, de 45, un ejemplo, ya, tengo 30 de 45, bacán, no está nada mal, no fue perfecto, pero fue bueno, ok, ya, la raja, pulento, ya, ahora, ¿qué pasa? Cuando tú vayas a mejorar el objeto, del 1 al 4, el reroll del aspecto ese de 30 no cambia, se mantiene. Pero del 4 al 5 cambia. Y puede subir o puede bajar. ¿Cachai? O sea, eso quiere decir de que, por ejemplo, si sacaste 45 de 45, lo mejoraste a nivel 4, puede que en nivel 5 ese objeto ya no sea perfecto. ¿Cachai? Claro, pero es que el reroll en realidad es para cambiar un aspecto, no es para subir, el reroll no sirve para subir un aspecto de porcentaje. Eso no existe acá. No existe nada que suba o sea, lo único que te sube el valor del aspecto, o sea, el reroll, es mejorar el objeto. Y la máxima mejora es la quinta mejora. Pero la quinta mejora tiene una posibilidad de subir y tiene una posibilidad de bajar. No, pero tú me estás, claro, por lo que te comento es que tú me estás diciendo que en Diablo 3 podíais cambiar 4 aspectos. Y... ese es el reroll. Ya. O sea, agregaba stats al objeto, eso es lo que hacía. No cambiaba un aspecto. Agrega, agregaba stats. Claro, no, aquí no es que tú puedas agregar aspectos al objeto, no. Aquí tú puedes cambiar un aspecto. O sea, llamémoslo stats. Aquí solo, o sea, haciendo un ejemplo, si un objeto, o sea, cada objeto tiene 4 stats, ¿ok? Cuatro cosas que pueden salir, crítico, lo que sea, lo que sea. Lo que sea, de esos 4 que te tocaron a ti, ¿no? Tú tienes la posibilidad, o sea, porque es una posibilidad, de tirar un reroll cuantas veces tú quieras, o sea, y de cambiar ese aspecto que a ti no te gusta, porque no te sirve tal vez, ¿cachai? Entonces tienes la posibilidad de cambiarlo. Y ahora, esa posibilidad de cambiarlo te cobra oro, y te va a cobrar oro en base a la cantidad de veces que lo hagas y en base al nivel del objeto. Por eso es mejor hacerlo antes de subirlo de nivel. Y por cada reroll, o sea, por cada tirada, digamos, de dado de nuevo, te va a cobrar cada vez más. Y lo otro que te va a cobrar son los souls, que son unos objetos que se sacan del Helltide, que es un evento. Que la verdad que no es tan difícil sacarlo, porque pasa varias veces al día. Pero eso, ¿cachai? El tema no es tanto el Helltide, o sea, no es tanto el... ¿Cómo se llama? No es tanto el soul, ¿no? Que es lo que te pide, no, ese no es tanto el problema. El problema es, digamos, el oro, que va escalando mucho. O sea, yo tenía 140 palos, y por tratar de cambiar un aspecto, digamos, de un objeto en específico, solo por probar, o sea, solo fue porque quería probar qué pasaba, porque quería cachar si es que realmente aumentaba lo que pegaba o no. Eso, lo intenté 4 veces y pasé de tener 140 palos a tener 105. Yo no me acuerdo de Diablo 3, para que te voy a mentir. Yo lo jugué y todo, pero no me acuerdo. Y tampoco lo jugué tanto, lo jugué poco. Tú leíste más que yo. Yo no leí tanto. Ya. Ya. Ya no, acá no. Aquí no. Acá te toca lo que te tocó y solamente puedes cambiar un aspecto. Nada más, eso es todo. No hay nada más que hacer. Así funciona. Aquí no... Pero eso te... No, claro, pero igual eso es, yo creo que es mejor, porque ¿viste el video que te mandé o no lo viste? Duró 3 minutos el video, no duró más que eso. Sí, yo lo vi cuando te lo mandé, son 3 minutos de video. La gente está bombardeando a Diablo ahora, hoy por hoy, ahora, porque ese video es de ahora, porque dicen que no, la gente no está contenta. Obviamente que esto es lo que se dice en Reddit, ¿no? Puede variar, pero dicen que la gente casual, o sea, la gente que juega de vez en cuando y que tiene, no sé, pues 2 horas al día para jugar, que normalmente yo tengo eso al día, lo normal, ¿no? No lo que está pasando ahora. No alcanzan a avanzar nada, ya. O sea, hay un modo que comenta un padre de familia. Entonces dice, bueno, a mí me gusta el juego, me parece increíble, entretenido, todo lo que tú quieras, pero yo como padre de familia tengo que trabajar, tengo que ver a mis hijos, llego a la casa, me quedan 2 horas libres, ¿no? Y en esas 2 horas yo juego Diablo, ¿no? Ahora, me he dado cuenta, cuando dice, porque este es uno de los comentarios como más importantes, creo yo. Me he dado cuenta de que con el tiempo que yo tengo, ¿no? Que son 2 horas diarias, no alcanzo a hacer nada, realmente. Entonces eso significa de que en el tiempo que he podido jugar, recién estoy nivel 20, creo que dijo. ¿No? Desde que salió, imagínate. Entonces dice, el weón dice, para mí, dice él, y mucha gente lo apoya en esto, porque mucha gente apoya el comentario, el weón. Dice, para mí, Diablo 4 no está hecho para mí, o para una persona casual. Que te acuerdas lo que conversamos y tú decías que no, que este juego era casual. Bueno, entonces, este weón dice, para mí, como persona, nomás, como un silvestre que no se dedica a trabajar como streamer o lo que sea, y que tiene un tiempo limitado, digamos, para jugar al día, ¿no? Este juego no es factible. Yo no puedo jugar Diablo 4, porque yo no podría jugar ni siquiera una temporada. Y no gastaría plata en un pase de batalla donde yo ni siquiera voy a levelearlo al máximo porque no voy a alcanzar por el tiempo que tengo al día. No, que me parece lógico a mí. O sea, si tú tienes 2 horas al día, y yo te puedo decir, comprobado científicamente por mí, de que aunque juegues 10 horas diarias, no vas a sacar lo que tú quieres. Espera un segundo. Un segundo. Voy y vengo, dame un minuto. Dame un minuto, un minuto. ¿Ya me escucháis? Ya, ok. No, lo que te decía es que, o sea, para hacerlo corto nomás, pero digamos que la página de Reddit de comentarios era grande. Entonces, para la conclusión final, ¿no? Es como, no voy a alcanzar a terminar el pase de batalla. Y hay tres pases de batalla. El pase de batalla básico, que son $9. El pase de batalla avanzado, que son creo que $15. Y el pase de batalla pro, que son $29, ¿no? Entonces, él decía, no se trata de plata aquí. Se trata de que si yo estoy pagando por algo y en 20 días he subido 20 niveles, no voy a llegar a completar el pase de batalla. Y tampoco voy a llegar a 100. Y tampoco voy a llegar a 50. Ya, puede que llegue a 50, pero en 3 meses. Entonces, que yo, o sea, yo ahora lo puedo hablar con, o sea, yo ahora puedo dar un comentario digamos, con experiencia, ¿no? Porque antes no tenía tanta experiencia, porque claro, estaba recién jugando la historia y todo el tema. Pero al principio es muy lento subir de nivel. Es muy lento. Porque no pegas rápido, pegas lento, ¿cachai? Y, y te cuesta matar mobs. Y tienes que estar tratando de que no te maten, digamos. Eso. Y probablemente si juegas harto te vas a demorar probablemente una semana y media en llegar a nivel 50. A menos que haya alguna forma que yo no conozca, digamos, para subir de nivel, pero no sé. No sé si me entendí. Pero eso, y de 50 a 100, aunque estés pusheando, o sea, aunque estés, digamos, haciendo dungeons de 3 niveles más altos que tú, la experiencia tampoco escala demasiado. ¿Me entendí? Escala un 5%. Y la otra posición la posición te da 5% más, pero la posición vale callampa. Entonces, y lo otro que la gente también, o sea, todo esto te lo comento porque como lo vayas a jugar y todo, no sé, pues, para que entendáis lo que está pasando. Lo otro que la gente se está quejando es que, claro, si tú tienes amigos y le peleas, claro, y le peleas con 2 personas más, cada persona te da 5% más diferencia. Sí, cada persona. Entonces, eso quiere decir de que es un 20% más rápido con 4 personas. Si le agregas a eso la posición de 5, es un 25% más rápido. Y ese no es el común denominador, digamos. O sea, la gente, no toda la gente tiene personas que estén siempre jugando, ¿me entiendes? Te puedo asegurar de que gran parte de estas personas juegan, no sé, 5 horas al día, se aburren, juegan otro juego, ¿me entendí? Y así. No es que estén como yo 12 horas metidos jugando solamente Diablo. No sé por qué, o sea, siendo súper honesto, no sé por qué no me ha aburrido. Honestamente no lo sé. No sé. Porque no se trata, ni siquiera miro el nivel, o sea, ni siquiera se trata del nivel. No sé, como que ya ni siquiera miro la barra de nivel porque sé que sube demasiado lento. ¿Cachai? No sé qué me está manteniendo aquí, pero todavía sigo jugando. Puede ser, puede ser. Igual hay otra cosa que es bien cabrona, que también pasa. Que es que si tú eres nivel 70, eres nivel 80 y eres nivel 89, un ejemplo, nunca te van a quedar los objetos más poderosos. Nunca. Los objetos más poderosos solamente caen a partir del nivel 90 hacia arriba. Y eso está comprobado. No por mí, por más personas. ¿Cachai? O sea, aunque tú farmís como Dios, nunca te va a caer nada excelente. Nunca. Hasta que no llegues a nivel 90. Pero para llegar a nivel 90, viejo. O sea, mira, yo estoy 73, weón. Poco. A ver, ¿cuántos días le echáis? Jugando lo que estoy jugando. ¿2 días? No, estáis locos. 2 días muy poco. Estoy subiendo como 2 niveles diarios. Jugando 13 horas diarias. 12 horas diarias. 2 días. No, tú no estás calculando bien, no, las matemáticas aquí no te complacen. Y me salió un butcher, weón. Hijo de puta. No, la escala de experiencia es demasiado grande, weón. Es demasiado grande, demasiado. Es brutal, ya no es, o sea, de un nivel a otro la diferencia son 6 millones. Por eso te digo que, no sé, weón. ¿Tú seguís pensando que es casual? Pero tú me dijiste que era casual, pues, weón. No, pero tú me discutiste a mí al principio que la weá era casual. Acuérdate. No, pero yo no estoy hablando no estoy hablando de que tú lo juegues casual. Eso, una cosa es que tú lo juegues casual, como tú quieras jugarlo, y otra cosa es que el juego sea casual. Son cosas muy diferentes. Claro, yo lo puedo jugar como yo quiero, si al final es mi elección, ¿no? Yo puedo decidir jugarlo 1 hora al día, como puedo decidir jugarlo 20 horas al día. Pero la pregunta no es esa, la pregunta es, ¿el juego es casual? No porque lo juegues 1 hora al día, en sí, las mecánicas. No lo es. No lo es, porque yo ni siquiera jugando 12 horas diarias logro sacar muchos objetos. O logro subir mucho nivel. No, eso no pasa. Y a partir de nivel 60 hacia arriba, ya no sirve que te carreen. Porque vas a seguir siendo igual de lento. Pues no puedo matar al Butcher, weón. La wea culia. ¿Qué pensáis, vos? Estáis muy callados. Sí, weón. No caché qué te pasó al final, weón. O sea, no te quise huevear con el tema porque no quiero que penséis que te molesto ni nada. Pero no caché qué pasó. Pico. ¿Y por qué? No entiendo, ¿y por qué no vais tú a buscarla? Pero o sea, lo que voy es que no tenéis para qué entrar. No sé si me entendí. No, nada, no digo que le digas algo. Ah, pero ella te dijo que no fueras. Eso fue lo que te dijo. Ah, ya. ya. Eso es diferente, bro. Si alguien te dice que no vaya y no... Igual que compleja la weá, bro. Claro, no sé si te cacho. Ah, está bien, si es su casa, pues, weón. Ella pues tiene que decidir. Ya la weá de ella, ¿no? Claro, aparte tú lo habías dicho, weón. Yo, ¿sabes lo que haría yo? O sea, como para no huevearlo, es le pediría un día antes que no se olvide. Ah, claro. Claro. Así que todo eso, ya bueno, hay una discusión grande entre estos juegos, la verdad. Hay una discusión bastante grande y mucha gente está a la expectativa de las temporadas para ver qué mierda va a pasar, si realmente van a cumplir con algunas cosas que prometieron y si realmente va a estar a las expectativas de la gente. No. Porque eso es lo otro es que puede que sea un total fracaso. Porque Blizzard no está, o sea, Blizzard, claro, Blizzard ganó plata con la venta del juego, correcto. Pero si, un ejemplo, las temporadas son una mierda, un ejemplo, Blizzard ya no va a ganar más plata, pues, bueno. O, un ejemplo, si el 90% de la base de datos que ellos tienen, que juegan hoy por hoy, porque estaban como muy engreídos con las horas de juegos que tenían, ¿no? Estaban como, no sé, pues, sacando pija, una cosa así. Esa guasa, yo estoy, o sea, mira, yo estoy 90% seguro de lo que te voy a decir. Yo creo que va a ser un fracaso. Yo pienso que va a ser un fracaso total, porque no. Pero lo otro que tienes que tener en cuenta es que van a tirar expansiones que no son gratuitas, ¿sabes? Eso es lo otro. De pago. Ya lo dijeron. La temporada es gratis, pero las expansiones no. Pero eso no le molestó tanto a la gente, la verdad. Como que dijeron como, ok, si las temporadas, si las expansiones son buenas y valen lo que vale el dinero, digamos, o sea, realmente lo que estoy pagando es lo que realmente vale, no me molesta, ¿me entendí? Pero si un ejemplo, si las expansiones no valen lo que estoy pagando, porque se van a cobrar $60 por cada expansión, que probablemente se van a cobrar, y no vale eso, ya se va toda la mierda. Es que ya de por sí ya está quedando la cagada. Hoy por hoy. Y eso que ni siquiera ha comenzado la season. Ya hay mucha gente que ya abandonó. Que dijo no, yo no tengo, o sea, ¿qué es lo que me pasa a mí? Es como yo no tengo tantas horas para poder dedicarle a un juego. ¿Me entendí? Que yo lo entiendo perfectamente. ¿Cachai? ¿Para qué le vas a dedicar, no sé, po, las pocas horas que tú tienes de juego si no vas a lograr mucho? Po? Vas a lograr muy poco. ¿Cachai? Nunca vas a poder llegar a farmear lo que quieres farmear. Nunca. Entonces, si le vas a meter, no sé, po, un año a un personaje que no hace temporada, o sea, un personaje común, le vas a meter un año para llegar a nivel 100 y empezar recién a farmear las weas buenas, ahí tenía otro año más, po, weón. No, porque no tenéis tiempo nomás, po, no te alcanza el tiempo. Por eso yo estoy viendo qué voy a hacer, porque como te dije, igual mi realidad no es que yo tenga mucho tiempo libre, po. Mi realidad es que en el fin de semana yo puedo jugar y ya, esa es mi realidad. ¿Cachai? Ahora tengo tiempo, claro, ahora, ¿no? Pero la realidad no es esa, po, weón. Entonces, por eso me pregunto y digo, ahora que tengo tiempo, estoy jugando mucho, me lo estoy pasando bien y todo, pero a pesar de que juego mucho, avanzo poco, ¿no? Yo por ejemplo, a ti lo que vamos a hacer es como cuando tengáis la weá de computador y todo el tema, lo que voy a hacer es agarrar y decirte ya, mira, vamos a este dungeon 2 horas, ¿ya? Entráis en tier 2, ya, yo te llevo a un dungeon brigio que yo conozco, y vos me seguís nomás, pero bien atrás, para que no te maten, ¿no? No, si estáis bien atrás no. ¿Por qué? Porque vaya a querer ir adelante. Pero es que es la única forma. Vaya a morir. ¿Entiendes? Y vaya a perder plata, vaya a gastar tu objeto, no va a tener la plata. Eh, eh, Dime, po. O sea, sí sé que te estáis tratando de reírte de mí nomás, pero... bueno. Pero bueno, escúchame, no me estoy molestando, tetón. Hablamos el otro día, no me estoy molestando. Sí, lo entendí, lo entendí. Cuidado. Pero de manera pecho, vale. A pecho, sí, seguido. Dependiendo, 30, 40 lucas. ¿Ese es un masaje? Puta, hay varios lugares donde hacen masaje, pero te van a cobrar eso. No te van a cobrar menos. No te van a cobrar 10 lucas por masaje. El masaje dura 1 hora. Y eso es lo que te cobran, ¿no? Puta, no creo que encontré eso acá, weón. Pero estamos en Chile, pues, weón. Estamos en Chilín. Ya, pero no está en Turquía, weón. No, aquí es caro hacerte masajes. No es barato, weón. Tendría que buscar, no sé. Ya. Tendría que buscar. Que la verdad que no salga nada bueno, weón. Es como... No. ¿Qué weá? No... ¿De qué? Pizza. Papa John's, oferta. No las ofertas, pues, weón. Las ofertas de 2 por 1. Las típicas, no me acuerdo cómo se llama esta pizza, la verdad. Pero para mí todas las pizzas son iguales. Pepperoni, queso, tomate. Eso. Está rico. Está bueno. Está bueno. Es que te ponen una promoción por 2, ¿cachai? O sea, 2 pizzas por 1. Eh, sí, costan como... A ver, te digo al tiro. O sea, tienes que pensar de que cada pizza vale 15 lucas, el valor normal. Y yo pagué 20 lucas por 2 pizzas. Está bien. Valen más de 10 lucas. Subieron caleta de precio. Ya, pero yo estaba comiendo toda la semana, weón. Te comento, que estaba comiendo toda la semana huevo, arroz con huevo, weón. Arroz con huevo toda la semana. Arroz con huevo, arroz con huevo. 120. No, ¿cuánto tengo? Esta va 179. Yo creo que voy a empezar a vender los legendarios, weón, para ganar plata, weón. Sí, ese único que tengo aquí que no me sirve de nada, lo vendo en 173.000. Lo voy a vender. Sí, no sé, igual tengo ganas de jugar otra weá, voy a ser honesto, o sea... No, es como para variar nomás, ¿cachai? Es como para decir, oye, no estuve jugando, weón, como weonado todo el puto día, weón. Yo sé que cada uno juega como puede, pero es que igual... El tema es que si quería avanzar... Puta, te quiero ver, vaya a estar llorándome, weón. Vaya a estar llorándome, te lo aseguro. Me debe estar llorando, amigo. No, no cacháis la weá, no cacháis nada. Es que igual es esto. Ten en cuenta de que yo estoy farmeando weas de 2 niveles más altos, no, de 3 niveles más altos que yo. Y estoy matando mucho más rápido de lo que mataba antes, ¿no? ¿En cuánto necesito por nivel? Ahora, 8.823.000 por nivel. Y me demora un promedio de 3 a 4 minutos por dungeon. O sea, en un día puedo subir 2 niveles, yo creo. No, está como tía. Está como tía. La diferencia es que acá no, al morir no pasa nada. Oh, no. No, es que no jugaría nadie, weón. O jugarían muy pocas personas. No me acuerdo, yo lo jugué el Diablo 2, pero no me acuerdo qué penalización había. Igual es harto. Yo estoy haciendo al día promedio unos... Obviamente que si no hueveo, porque a veces me pongo a ver videos igual. Pero si solamente me dedico a jugar, estoy haciendo como... unas 40 dungeons diarias. Más o menos. Pero... no, no sé. Es que la verdad que como que lo pienso así y digo, no, es que esta weá... no le veo futuro, weón. Digo, está bueno y todo. Entrega. Pero... pero no creo que salga bien, la verdad. Tengo esa sensación de como... de que más allá, o sea, incluso, bueno, los desarrolladores han tratado, o están tratando, de hacer streaming una vez por semana. Como para explicarle a la gente qué están haciendo, ¿cachai? Y yo siento que ni con eso la gente está satisfecha. Ni con eso, ¿cachai? Y una weá que quería comentar, que no tiene nada que ver con eso, es que me pasa a veces que cuando hay muchos monstruos en la pantalla, el juego no es que se pegue, pero como que se pone lento, weón. Y eso que yo tengo una 40-90. O sea, por un par de segundos, no sé, un segundo, 2 segundos, se pone un poco lento. He visto gente con peores computadores que el mío, donde realmente río de caca. Y eso que saca, en Nvidia sacó el parche de Diablo, ahora, de optimización. Lo sacó hace como 2 días atrás, creo, ¿o tres? Donde agregaron... O sea, yo no he visto la opción, así que no sé dónde, qué agregaron, la verdad, pero se supone que agregaron el Ray Tracing, pero yo no veo la opción de Ray Tracing. No hay una opción de Ray Tracing. Ya.
ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Season 1 will change everything. Guys, Season 1 is going to save Diablo 4.
There will be substantial content in Season 1 of Diablo 4.
Oh, yeah.
If you think it is going to be some double goblin,
oh,
you are
yeah.
out of touch, and you are not being realistic,
Yep.
and you're being pessimistic.
Yes.
Especially when I literally talked to the D4 devs. There'll be like one in-game mechanic that's added, and there'll be some that's added as well on top. Like they'll add in some new in-game mechanic. Now it might not be very deep, very deep or whatever, but yeah, there'll be something, right? There'll be something, and then they'll add in some items, and then we may even get a.
There'll be like an end-game mechanic that's like bugged out, and they'll fix it in Season 2. But by the time Season 2 comes around, they never tell you that the way they're fixing it is it's getting removed in Season 2, so it won't be able to mess up the game anymore.
I think it's very likely we can get some more static content, like maybe some form of pinnacle boss between World Tier 3 and Uber Lilith. Okay.
I really agree with that. I think that they need more pinnacle bosses, but like I think Uber Lilith is too hard, and I think that Elias is too easy. Like you need a boss for like level 80 and 90 because you have the level 70 boss, and then you have nothing.
Shut the fuck up. My prediction will be this. Season 1 of D4 will be like half the scope of a PoE League, but it'll be far more polished. That's my prediction.
I think that's probably accurate.
Our leader, the Oracle, the God Gamer, has a legendary take to bestow
I actually agree with that.
In the future, Diablo 4 could be better, but it could also become worse.
There it is.
Isn't dead.
It could either be good or bad, guys. Guys, it could either go up or down.
default isn't in maintenance mode. Actually, it's the opposite. They've just had a fucking banger as fuck launch, right? And they're about to pop off with their first season. So why would they not go big dick on the first season? You're coping, mate. This is gonna set the tone for all future seasons to come, right? If they start off season 1 as like double goblins, that's gonna be trash. Now, obviously, this is like speculate.
They need to do double goblins right now. Like, just call the patch Goblin These Nuts. And just like as soon as a treasure goblin spawns or you aggro it, it spawns another one. And then like every single treasure goblin that you engage has a 50% chance to spawn another one until it stops.
But dude, how often am I right all the fucking time? Yo, by the way, Amaranth, okay, hear me out. This is new content, treadmill streams. Okay, fuck, I haven't got my feet cam set up right now, but let me tell you, there is hidden potential there. There is an untapped market of treadmill streams. Hey, get on my ass!
I'm gonna be honest, like, that's actually a good idea.
Hey, get on my ass! How you doing, boy?
That's a good idea. That's actually a good idea.
What is this PMA, bro? What is this PMA, bro? What is this PMA, bro? What is this PMA?
This camera angle makes you look like a toddler playing on Daddy's computer.
Storm Strike, Shred, this thing over here, bonus damage over there, and then, yeah, these things right here. Just
yeah, I'm genuinely curious about your skill tree. Can you show me your skill tree once again? Complete walkthrough, please. Thank you.
Okay, don't move.
Laughs at it and doesn't even do it. It's like,
Snap. Okay, ramming. There we go. Keep standing still, bitch. Keep standing still. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty steady. Yeah, still needs it.
Yeah, this whirlwind build for druids is disgusting.
It's the resource spot. I need to switch resources.
Yeah.
Range. I have not.
I was watching that mods. Like his clip on Twitter was
it's
insane.
Very basic, and you know, the game is designed for people who have had a lobotomy. This is kind of this tornado is opportunity needs to be nerfed. Can I be honest? A tornado is fucking opportunity needs to be nerfed. Like, why does it do so much more damage than everything else? It's not like it has a crazy multiplier. It just does way more damage than everything else.
I don't think it does. I think that it ticks faster than what like was intended. Like the scaling coefficient is like way higher for how fast it ticks.
To be giga.
Diablo 3 had the same problem with another spell. It's called like Nether Tentacles or something.
Dude, what the fuck? Wait, through my barrier? No shot! Oh my god! I'm gonna die! Yo, that poison's scary as fuck, bro.
I'm not ready.
Whoa! Wait,
yeah, those mobs do so much fucking damage. It is crazy.
It's the fucking now. What the fuck? Oh, what fucking Jesus Christ! I didn't get out of this fucking rep, boys.
I'm not ready yet.
The chance that you die to zoning or server crashes or server lag and instability are much higher than the best case you might even imagine. I think your character is gonna die the most unfair way possible.
Joe Shelley said if the game crashes, it'll autocast a scroll escape.
In season 2.
If God is real and good, he will absolutely make sure you get blasted in the asshole before you hit level 100 and die. God, give us what we deserve. Please, Lord, I beg of you.
Hey, my game's crashed or something? I better not be dead, by the way. It is technically, yeah.
Oh shit! Oh shit, man! Oh, what? Why? Why'd you do it, bro? Like, it's just another. It's a skill issue. Wow. Jesus Christ! Oh, holy! Everybody that plays this game knows this going into hardcore. If you are playing a Blizzard game on hardcore, you are lighting your time on fire. You are saying, I don't care about my time. I love having my time wasted. I have no self-respect, and I love getting fucked in the ass by 700 developers from California.
Fucking big daddy! Fix your fucking game! Fix your fucking game!
Close that down, I feel like...
Oh my god!
And that can actually... Have me kick at your head and get that out.
We've endured 12 days of
Okay, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Hey, no, that's bad. Let's make 173. Alright. Okay, let's go back to 173. Okay, let's get back there. Coming off the ground, because he's on it.
I remember this. Oh my god, I remember this.
He's on his tippy toes. I told them to get on their tippy toes.
This is where they filmed the Hobbits, remember, in Lord of the Rings. It's in New Zealand.
And then I angled myself towards the camera and then cocked my knees forward to intentionally make myself look short. That was the meme. If I was insecure, why would I do that meme?
Uh-huh. Because he is.
Season 1's gonna change everything, guys. Season 1 in Diablo is just gonna be, bro, like, it's gonna just completely revamp. Great video, yeah, really high quality stuff there. Man.
No le tengo tanta fe, nada.
With the recent Diablo 4 Campfire chat, we got so much more information about how things will transfer between seasons, and so today I'm going to get you all prepped and how to get prepared for Season 1 starting today. With that said, we got to talk about what's actually transferable between seasons, and the first two that have always been the case, and will continue to be the case, is the skip campaign function and the permanent mount unlock. So when you unlock your mount, and I'll showcase this on my hardcore character, you are able to get it on any new character going forward, even if it's hardcore and you were softcore, and you're going to be able to skip the campaign if you finished it. So to jump into my barbarian here, who happens to be like level 23 or something like that, I have the mount unlocked and I have the campaign finished, and that is because I can skip it and I already have the mount. This is something that's always been the case, okay? Now, there is something that a lot of people are a little bit confused on, and this is the renown. This is the second part that's partially transferable and partially not. But you can see here on my hardcore character, I have no renown unlocked, and that is because renown is not transferable between seasons and cross hardcore / softcore characters. A lot of people were assuming that once you completed it once, you get it for any future character. This is not how it works, okay? And in fact, this is partially the changes that they've made. Previously, we were able to acquire the Altars of Lilith on one character and get them across every character. This is still the case, but now there's an additional factor in which when you unlock the altars here, you're going to get the renown associated with those altars in any future season as well. Meaning that when I start off a new character in Season 1, I will have immediately 280 renown from my altars, immediately giving me access to the skill point, which is going to be a really nice bonus. The second thing that they're changing is the fact that the areas discovered and the map that you've explored will transfer between seasons as well and give you that renown. For example, here, if I were to swap over to my Necromancer, who's also softcore and also has the renown, because renown does share across characters, just not across seasons, and you'll see that I don't have the map explored, and I don't have the renown associated with it. This is going to be changing. I am going to immediately get the altar bonus for renown, meaning that I'll immediately get the skill point and most likely the potion capacity due to me having the entire map explored and also getting the altar renown associated with that, okay? And just to show you all, if I pull up a calculator here, the renown is going to look, let's say in Fraction Peaks here, I have 28 altars, so we'll start with the areas discovered. We have 76 areas discovered. That means that I can get 380 renown from that, plus 280 from the altars, meaning I can start the season with 660 renown, immediately unlocking the potion capacity and the skill point whenever I start my new character. This is going to be huge, because you can see here that on my hardcore character, I did not have that when I started a new character across the new season, so that's going to be a big bonus, and I won't have to rediscover the map. Now, you will still have to discover the waypoints, the strongholds, the side quests, and the side dungeons. So renown grinding still exists in future seasons, and until we get more information about what seasonal mechanics we're going to be getting, that is just kind of what we're going to have. Get more information about what seasonal mechanics we're going to be getting, that is just kind of what we're going to have to take for face value and prepare with that knowledge in mind. Now with that said, since we know that there are a few things that are transferable and a few things that are not, how do we prepare for Season 1? Well, the obvious solution, first off, would be to go ahead and finish campaign and get your mount as soon as possible, because you're going to be able to get that across every character in any future season. That is the #1 priority. After you've gone ahead and gotten your mount and finished the campaign, the #2 priority should be to get every altar in the game. These are now going to be permanent unlocks, okay? Meaning that, again, you're going to get that renown, and you're going to get the stats associated with it, so you should be getting every altar in the game. Don't leave one behind, just because, you don't want to do it. Well, if you don't want to do it, just have some fun, no worries. But if you're trying to be efficient, you want to pick up every altar, because you're going to get the stats, and you're also going to get that nice 10 renown bonus, okay, across every future character. And then the last thing that you're going to want to do is pick up every area discovered. Now this is a big change from before, again, because we're going to get that renown. We want to get every area discovered for the additional renown. You might notice that on my main character here, I have 63 of 76 areas discovered in Fractured Peaks, which is missing 13 areas, which equates to 65 renown. So I can get an additional 65 renown for any future character if I go around and find little splotches like this around the map that haven't been discovered. It's important to note that if you create a new character and you discover areas on that character, it's not going to apply overall to your account unlocks unless you discovered an area that was not discovered before on your main character. So my recommendation is just to finish all of it on one character so you don't get mixed up and confused on what character unlocked what. Okay, so that is pretty much everything that you can do. Again, a little bit of TLDR here. First off, 76 areas discovered. That means that I can get 380 renown from that, plus 280 from the altars. Meaning I can start the season with 660 renown, immediately unlocking the potion capacity and the skill point whenever I start my new character. This is going to be huge because you can see here that on my hardcore character, I did not have that when I started a new character across a new season. So that's going to be a big bonus, and I won't have to rediscover the map. Now you will still have to discover the waypoints, the strongholds, the side quests, and the side dungeons. So renown grinding still exists in future seasons, and until we get more information about what seasonal mechanics we're going to be getting, that is just kind of what we're going to have to take for face value and prepare with that knowledge in mind. Now with that said, since we know that there are a few things that are transferable and a few things that are not, how do we prepare for Season 1? Well, the obvious solution, first off, would be to go ahead and finish campaign and get your mount as soon as possible, because you're going to be able to get that across every character in any future season. That is the #1 priority. After you've gone ahead and gotten your mount and finished the campaign, the #2 priority should be to get every altar in the game. These are now going to be permanent unlocks, okay? Meaning that, again, you're going to get that renown, and you're going to get the stats associated with it, so you should be getting every altar in the game. Don't leave one behind, just because, you don't want to do it. Well, if you don't want to do it, just have some fun, no worries. But if you're trying to be efficient, you want to pick up every altar, because you're going to get the stats, and you're also going to get that nice 10 renown bonus, okay, across every future character. And then the last thing that you're going to want to do is pick up every area discovered. Now this is a big change from before. Again, because we're going to get that renown, we want to get every area discovered for the additional renown. You might notice that on my main character here, I have 63 of 76 areas discovered in Fractured Peaks, which is missing 13 areas, which equates to 65 renown. So I can get an additional 65 renown for any future character if I go around and find little splotches like this around the map that haven't been discovered. It's important to note that if you create a new character and you discover areas on that character, it's not going to apply overall to your account unlocks unless you discovered an area that was not discovered before on your main character. So my recommendation is just to finish all of it on one character so you don't get mixed up and confused on what character unlocked what. Okay, so that is pretty much everything that you can do. Again, a little bit of TLDR here. First off, campaign with the mount unlock, which you'll get through the campaign. Second thing to do is the Altars of Lilith. And the third thing to do would be to go ahead and explore every single area of the map in order for you to get some renown bonuses for next season. Now, as I mentioned, we don't know the seasonal mechanics, so some of these things could potentially change a little bit, but most likely not, because they've been pretty adamant about how the renown will work, and they've only slightly adjusted it. Who knows, with enough community pushback, we might be able to get them to, let's say, not have us repeat side quests or side dungeons, because at the current rate, we're still going to have to do all those different things in order to finish off the renown. But fortunately, we don't have to do everything, so this is going to be a big weight lifted, because previously, we were expected to do a bunch of side quests on top of what we were already doing, because no one wants to go ahead and pick up all the altars again. So this is a big bonus, saving us hours and hours and hours of time between seasons, and I think it's a pretty good change. But hopefully that was helpful, guys, and if it was, leave a like on the video, sub to the channel, and I'll see you all for a video soon.
Anything else? I cannot carry more.
Alright, so yes, it is official. The Diablo 4 devs just dropped a huge bombshell revealing precisely how you can get the best ancestral and sacred legendaries. This is confirmed the best method and will not be nerfed in the future. Plus, we're going over the updated Nightmare Dungeon tier list after the recent changes and what is up with the side quests and XP bonuses. Plus, this has got to change about the Necromancer and why no love for PvP. We're going to talk about that as well, how it needs to evolve and change. But yeah, check this out right here. So I found the ultimate way to access shows on Netflix, Disney Plus, and Amazon Prime that you would otherwise not be able to access, all thanks to private internet access. The ultimate VPN solution, which also provides you with protection against potential hackers and ensures your internet connection remains private even from the prying eyes of your own internet service provider. And get this, private internet access is the ultimate VPN, which has a no-log policy and is rated excellent on Trustpilot. I can see why it has over 30 million downloads, but what does a VPN do exactly? So private internet access is a virtual private network, also known as a VPN, that keeps your internet browsing private by hiding your IP address by using an encrypted tunnel to ensure your data is safe from hackers no matter where you are in the world. Now what's really nice is I can access what should be inaccessible through private internet access. I can watch shows on Netflix, Disney Plus, and Amazon Prime that would otherwise be blocked in my region. I can change my IP address to one of 84 countries or any of the 50 United States, which allows me to gain access to streaming services and websites that are only available in those specific regions. It's a nice little trick and definitely comes in handy when I need it the most. Now, private internet access is available on all major computer devices, including Windows PC, Mac OS, Linux, as well as mobile devices like Android, iOS, and more. So check it out by using my link in the description below and grab an 83% discount on private internet access. That's only $2.03 a month, and you can also get 4 extra months completely free during this special offer. And yeah, remember, signing up is risk-free since there is a 30-day money-back guarantee. Nightmare from the source, Joseph Apora of Blizzard, who goes on to say this right here: items that drop in Nightmare Dungeons have a higher chance of being sacred or ancestral than items that drop outside of Nightmare Dungeons. So if you're wondering, hey, where are my ancestral items? Well, guess what? You need to be running the Nightmare Dungeons. And Blizzard is officially going to be pushing these more and more through future updates because, yes, they're also going to be upping the experience you get from Nightmare Dungeons. So you're definitely going to want to start running those Nightmare Dungeons. Now, another question, a follow-up question to this was this right here: how about uniques? And the response was uniques will also have a higher chance to be sacred or ancestral if they drop in Nightmare Dungeons as well. So you can see how critical and important it is to run these Nightmare Dungeons. But what about some of the most rarest items? Will we be finding those as well, including this one right here? What about the Harlequin Crest? People seem to think the drop rate is bugged. There's only maybe one confirmed found, and Joseph Apora says it has dropped. Now it says you can't be serious with this drop rate and expect people to farm this every 3 months. I have 9 days played on my character, no GF or Shaco, 200 plus hours. So it seems like some people are still very upset with the drop rates for certain items. I know if that is you or not, or if you're like, hey, you know what, I like how super rare some of these items are, or do you think they need to adjust the loot pool and how items are dropping? Sound off. Now also we have this question as well about this situation. It says, done 3 Nightmare Dungeons and didn't get the bubble to upgrade my glyphs. Any idea? And the response is this from Joseph Apora, who says, nope, but we can investigate. So they're going to be looking into that one as well, because this thread is full of people complaining about that specific issue. So it seems like it is an issue that is cropping up more and more. Now, we got to talk about the Nightmare Dungeon tier list. This was put together by Budijo, and it is an amazing resource because this is after all of the recent updates, and I think even after they do, of course, give us a new patch with the game, I think this list will still be very much valuable. So let's get straight into it, shall we? So this is super impressive. It also tells you, by the way, the time it takes to complete each dungeon. We're looking for lower times, of course, but then again, you also have to look over here and see that, oh, wow, it's not a really good high tier push type dungeon. So overall, what we're seeing here is, like, for example, the Cultist Refuge is an excellent dungeon to run. It takes very little time to get through it. Same thing here with Lost Archive. However, that tier push is an issue. And then we have Mallwood, which is also pretty decent. Look at that, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to run this dungeon. So you can go through this list, and there is an explanation beyond this about, for experience, which dungeon is going to be the best, for glyphs, for that push, for group farm as well. So this is all super helpful information. I'm going to throw this in the description below, a link for you all so you can get to it and get an idea of what dungeon rotation you might want to go into. And I think this is going to be super helpful in the very, very long term of running these Nightmare Dungeons. And then guess what? At the same time, while you're running these Nightmare Dungeons, you have a higher chance of getting the best gear as confirmed by the dev team. So that's great news as well. Alright, so we got to talk about some issues that Diablo 4 is definitely facing right now. So let's go straight over to Reddit. It says, why do side quests give 19,000 experience when Legion events give 1.3 million And I totally agree with this. The thing that's weird is that every time we see the devs talk about their game, they are encouraging you to do the side quests, really get involved with the story. They don't want you to miss out on that sort of thing. So they need to match that sort of expectation with better rewards. So that's something they need to fine-tune in the future, in my opinion. And you know what? We have some replies about this. For example, we have dungeons give 1 to 2 million, sellers take 30 seconds, and give nearly 400,000 experience. What gives the side quest being so awful? This needs to definitely change and should be adjusted. And I think the rewards themselves beyond experience also needs to be adjusted to give more incentive to check out those side quests. Alright, we also got to talk about the Necromancer. So this is a big issue right now facing the Necromancer. It says, Necromancers, when they see a treasure goblin. As you can see right here, the struggle is real. They need to update the movement system around the Necromancer. He needs to become quicker. I don't understand why he is so slow, and that definitely needs to see an update. They haven't talked about this at all. Now, what they have said is expect a lot of buffs in the future through that extensive major client patch that is going to be coming up, but no specific mention about the movement system around the Necromancer. Something has to give. Something has to change that for sure, especially when we're talking about group play, because one of the struggles is if you're a Necromancer, you're always falling behind. So that is a huge issue. Now, we also got to talk about PvP. Now, right now, statistically speaking, hardly anyone is venturing into the PvP zone. And there might actually be a reason for that. It is a problem, I believe. So check it out. It says PvP areas should be restricted to 10 level cap, for example, 50 to 59, 60 to 69, etc. It says level 55 doing alright for folks in the 50s, but then a level 70 rogue or level 80 barbarian shows up and it's insta-delete. I know it's only PvP and devs don't really care about this feature, but when a part of the game is simply not fun 90% of the time because someone is over-leveled, it just feels wrong. And of course they knew this would happen. There's no way they didn't know this was going to happen and they just decided this was okay. World Tier 3, by the way, level 80, Probs got tired of getting his butt kicked by the level 100s in World Tier 4, so I don't blame him. Seriously though, cap should be like this for PvP zone. So this is interesting. It says World Tier 2, level 49 max, World Tier 3, 50 to 59, and then level 60 to 69, and then so on and so forth. You guys get the idea. He said they still are enjoying it though. It can be fun, just a lot of times it isn't. So I have to admit, he absolutely has a point. PvP can be very, very rough if you aren't an extremely high level and you don't absolutely have your gear maxed out and your character fine-tuned beautifully and perfectly. Now, they weren't shy about warning us about this before the release of Diablo 4, so I'm not really surprised at all. It's not like I'm absolutely furious right now about this. I love PvE anyway. But yeah, I'm wanting to try PvP more and more. I'm getting that itch, you know, to get involved. And I really think it needs to be fine-tuned. I did face off against a level like 53, and I was like level 52, so I was like, oh, this is a good matchup, and it ended up being a lot of fun. So I could see the potential here for PvP actually taking off if they implement certain systems to allow that, you know? So I think they need to really, really fine-tune it in the future. Alright, so we also have another thing that we need to talk about, and that is this right here. Please show us what the unlockable aspects from Grim Favor dungeons do. And this drives me nuts. As you can see here, you have your 5 Grim Favors you're going to be getting, but it also tells us that we're going to be getting a reward for completion. But what are you talking about? What exactly is that reward? And you can see the example to the left here. It's very specific. It tells you exactly what you're getting. And yes, this needs a desperate update. It is so frustrating just not knowing what you're going to be getting whatsoever. Now, there was also some controversy about the Sorcerer armor, particularly the male Sorcerer armor. It says every class showing off their nice armors, meanwhile, male Sorcerers. So a lot of people are perhaps wanting the armor sets to be more updated for the male Sorcerer. Let me know what you guys think. There was some replies about this, though, showcasing some really, really cool armor that you can actually obtain. Check this out right here, for example. That is really cool looking. So, yeah, there is some cool stuff that you can do with the male armor for the Sorcerer. But yeah, let me know if you guys think that in particular needs to be updated. But does anyone miss the Necromancer from the beta? So check it out. Does anyone remember that Necro Minion was so OP during level 25 beta? Holy crap! Necro Minions are actually surviving a hit at World Tier 1, level 25. Streamers and their ilk started screaming at just how crazy that was, and Blizzard actually listened and gutted Necromancer minions so much. I thought Necromancers are summoners, but no, they aren't. At least not as they are, and not in Diablo 4. I seriously should have re-rolled another class. I made my first impression of Diablo 4 less than stellar when everything is so much more frustrating than just resurrecting stupid things over and over. No command attack button and hobbling my way in Tier 4. So overall right now, Necromancers, seems like people are really struggling with them. They have this lack of movement system. They also have been nerfed. So again, officially we are going to be getting some sort of buffs overall. I don't know if that includes the Necromancer. They didn't really say, but honestly, since it is Rod Ferguson's favorite go-to class, I'm going to say on the safe side of things, I would expect some sort of significant buff for the Necromancers. I really do think that they will be listening to you all. They've done pretty okay with actually listening to some of the issues with the game so far. So yeah. Alright, so we gotta talk about this one. This is absolutely hilarious. It says this right here. Just had probably my dumbest moment ever in this game. Basically, I went to go open a mystery chest in Helltide. I've heard these can drop 6+ legendary, so imagine my shock when I dropped 16. Well, it turns out my inventory was just full. Just kept picking up the same thing and didn't even notice it was 3 identical legendaries over and over because I was so excited. Yelled to my friend, "They keep coming!" They did not, in fact, keep coming. That right there is freaking hilarious. It happens. It can happen to anyone. Alright, so let's get into your top comments. Remember, leave a comment down below. It could end up right here in a future video. Let's do this. So, check it out. My most recent one was about all new dev responses, about big features, and new concerns, all new updates. So yeah, check it out if you missed that video, but let's get into what you guys have to say about this one. So, we have Round 2 who says, make sure to do the side quest Pinch of Poison given by Barium. You can then make Creative Elixir, which gives you Unstoppable for 1 second, as well as 50% resist to CC effects. You can use this to break hard CC as well as your skill. Wow, that is such a huge tip. So yes, the more you know. I should have put that more forward in this video, but yeah, great tip right there. Now, Robin says this. The chair issue is going to come up enough times that sooner or later they're going to add a secret chair level to the game. A whole dungeon of anthropomorphic chairs brandishing halberds where the unique drop is a chair named Wort's fourth leg. Yes, they need that, and then of course they're missing out on that KFC chicken level as well. I know everyone's wanting cow level, but come on, give us a KFC chicken level. Alright, so we have this one. Exit B5846 says, as far as the renown goes, why not make the public events in the open world count for some? With Nightmare Dungeon sigils teleporting to the dungeon soon, they should work on incentivizing the open world they worked so hard to design. Exactly, agreed. Right now it's kind of counterintuitive. A lot of people aren't doing side activities, aren't doing the things that the devs want you to do because the rewards just are not there. So yeah, we're all going to be busy doing Nightmare Dungeons, that's for sure. So thank you all so much for watching. Stay tuned here for more Diablo, for news and updates. I have you guys covered, and I will see you all next time. Take care.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
Not while I'm in town. Well struck. Anything else? I cannot do that here.
ready
You
yet.
there! Please, help!
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Don't just stand there! Help me! You were the answer to my prayers.
Smells good. Don't stir too much, though.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Bless you.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Oh, bless you.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm not ready yet.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
You're a saint.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. 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 I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. Not while I'm in town. Not while I'm in town.
I need time to do that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to do that. I need time to prepare 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 that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I need more time.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
unusual. Come back soon.
I need time to prepare that.
Hey, no nodding off. Join us for a meal?
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
time to.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to do that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Well struck. Farewell, and good fortune.
Not while I'm in town. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. 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 I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to do that. I need time to do that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to get back.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Fair trade. Well struck. Raise the father.
I cannot do that here. Not while I'm in town.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to do that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. 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 I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Well struck. I cannot carry more.
Why are we always the ones who get watch duty?
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Bless you.
I need time to prepare that.
couldn't have made it without you. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.